I muted myself, sorry. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I was clicking the button to unmute myself. Turns out I accidentally already had it unmuted, and then I just muted myself. Woohoo! It's one of those days. All right, but how are you all doing? How are we doing, everybody? I'm just making sure. Okay, I'm not currently recording the stream, which is good because I only want to record when I mean to. Today, I'm back, and we're here to work on Lucius the Eternal yet again because I have made no additional progress on him because I've been a little busy. I've been a little busy planning a shit ton of collaborations. Oh my gosh. Like I have okay, let me just lay it out. If you guys don't mind, before we actually get started, let me just like lay out what I have been doing because I'm very excited. I'm extremely nervous, but I'm also like, but it's also been wearing me out a little bit, and I want to just like chat about it if you guys don't mind. Also, hello, Luke and Gordon in chat. It's lovely to see you guys. Oh, I should also, real fast before we fully get started, let me go ahead and grab some music for us. Let me go ahead and grab some sweet, sweet, lovely music. Are you copyright free? I'm assuming most of the streaming ones that are just like, here's a bunch of like.
We tend to be okay. It's not really where we make our money.
I mean, that's true. What does this sound like? Yeah, future garage. I like the sound of that. Okay, so I feel like that's appropriate for us working on Lucius today. He feels like a garage boy for some reason in my brain. He does. He does. He's tinkering. He's like making. He's perfecting himself in there. Hello, Shaker 1967 and Ivan. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so let me tell you what's been going on because I have been planning a lot of different things, and it has me extremely excited, as I mentioned, but also like really nervous and a little worn out because I'm like, oh god, am I overstretching myself? But I'm actually very hyped. So I have been planning more collaborations with Shy Goth Exhib. If you guys have not seen what I've done with her, there's a couple videos here on the main channel where I'm teaching her how to paint for the first time because she hasn't really done that much. Like, she's done some art stuff but never painted miniatures before, so I sort of popped her cherry and got her into painting miniatures, and we have future miniature painting live streams planned for you. I believe our next one that is actually like safe for work live stream will be here on YouTube is planned for early July. And we are going to be painting something very fun that she found for us actually. She was out shopping around and she actually found some 3D printed alternative sculpts for Pokemon characters. And they're done in this like very sort of cool, semi-realistic, but still cartoony like iteration, and they're really awesome. She got a whole bunch of different varieties. I think like I have a Charizard and his all of his evolutions set. I got a Vaporeon. Nice. And then I also she got a like Haunter Gengar and Ghastly set, as well as what was the other one that she Vulpix. She got a Vulpix in the evolutions, as well as the like Aloha or Alone. Yeah, I think the Aloha is what they call them. The Aloha versions of the Vulpix as well. So like the ice version. So she's, I think, gonna end up painting a Vulpix. I believe I'm gonna end up painting probably, if not Vaporeon, one of the Charizard evolutions. And we'll be dressed as Pokemon characters, which I'm very excited for. So that's coming in July. But we have actually plenty of stuff coming in June as well. Just some of that isn't exactly appropriate for YouTube, if you get what I mean. I also, speaking of things that are not appropriate for YouTube, I have also been scheduling both a safer work. This one is appropriate for YouTube because it'll actually be on YouTube, where I am going to be hosting a painting stream alongside Yaz, if you are familiar with her, the Hive Tyrant Queen. I absolutely love her. She is also an SW girl, and I absolutely adore her. You can find her on Twitter mostly. She's also on like OnlyFans and Fansly and those kinds of things. Actually, I don't know if she's on Fansly. I know she's on OnlyFans for sure. But you can also find her on Twitter. But I've invited her on to paint with me, and I believe she's going to end up working on some of her Tyranids, which I'm very excited to see because if you're not familiar with her, she absolutely loves Tyranids. They're like one of her favorite like factions in Warhammer 40k, and she's been working on an army, so she's gonna be working on some of those. I can't remember which of the units she told me she needed. It might be Hormagaunts, but I'm not 100% sure. And then on top of that, I haven't decided what I'm painting yet on that stream, but basically that's going to be happening in June. And then we're gonna also have a not safe for work painting stream only on over on OnlyFans later in June, which I'm also very excited for. So there's all of that coming up. I've also just got some like fun stuff planned for me and Shay to do, like that's not content related, but we've scheduled some stuff. And then at the end of this month, actually I have two other major things that are happening that I'm very excited for. I am taking the diorama that I finished it, it's done. But I've been working on the video for part one because it's going to be a two-part video. I've been working on the video for the diorama, and not this Saturday, but the following Saturday, I'm actually taking that diorama to my first official, actual, real competition. Where it's not just like my club doing it, it's going to be a whole big thing, and I am so hyped for when that happens. I have no idea whether or not my little diorama is going to even remotely place, but I just want to get it into a competition and see what that's like. So that's going to be happening on the 14th. I'm really excited to be taking that to like its first official show. And then let's see, on later this month, at the end of the month, I'm actually going to be going to a really cool fan run, like, I don't know if Star Wars Museum is like technically the correct way to refer to it yet, because I do think that down the line, a more official museum status is like in the works. They're raising funding for it, but there is a gentleman in California that has a location called Rancho Obi-Wan, and it is a relatively large Star Wars collection, like a personal collection of his, where he has all sorts of stuff. So I'm going to do a tour. We've gotten permission to film, so I'm really excited about that. Hopefully we'll have permission to like put it together in the video and everything. Haven't confirmed that 100% yet, but like we're allowed to film and everything, so I'm very excited. And yeah, I'm super hyped for this month. I'm super hyped for next month. And then August is my birthday month, so that'll be extremely exciting. All right, let's see what you guys have been saying since I've just been rambling. Hello, Star Fury. It's lovely to see you. You're painting a miniature naval World War II ship? Shaker, that's awesome. That sounds great. Did you see the new Captain Centros model is being dropped soon? No, I don't think I had seen that one, actually. Ooh, that'll be cool. I'll have to check that out later. But yes, I am doing quite well. Gordon, that's the problem. That's actually the problem. I don't sleep a lot. I mean, I do sleep, but no, I really do try to stay very, very active. All right, so here's the deal, chat. We've got Lucius today. We need to do, I noticed a little bit of gold that I need to touch up. I want to review him with fresh eyes to make sure that there is no silver left that I need to touch up or anything. Then I think we're going to go ahead and wash all of those metallics. I think that's going to be our next step. And from there, I actually think it is time to start working on the faces on his armor and all of the fleshy bits, because we've taken care of a lot of the big bulkier stuff. It's really down to details now. So I think after we're done just confirming that we have got everything looking spiffy and lovely, when it comes to our metallics, we'll then move on to some of the more detailed stuff. So if I eventually disappear, like I will occasionally be going boop and disappearing so that I can do some filming. Don't worry if that happens. I'll call it out before I do it so that it's not a surprise to you. So that way, if you're like just listening to me talk and you suddenly look up and I've disappeared, that's why. It's not a big deal. But yeah, let's go ahead and I'm just going to adjust him a little bit because I really just need to do an inspection real fast. But yeah, let me know what projects you guys might be working on right now. Like, I love hearing what you guys are doing. Hope you guys are excited for some of the stuff I have planned for you coming up. I think I missed the spikes on there. Okay, so yeah, I definitely know there's a gold bit, and I think there's a little bit of silver that I need to touch up, so we're going to work on that first. You like the smirk when I mentioned Vaporeon? Excellent. Well, I did kind of ask her to pick that one up for me for specific reasons. Listen, sometimes I like the memes, okay? Sometimes I try to embrace the memes. Oh, Pocket Sand, I doubt that is true at all. I bet it looks amazing what you've painted. And I'm sure that if you continue to practice... Oh, I just realized something. Is this not showing you music? Can you guys hear the music I'm playing? Desktop. Okay, it is doing... I just don't see, like, any bars moving.
Nope, you're not hooked up.
Isn't it supposed to be desktop audio?
Yeah, it is. So yeah, the mic picks it up.
There was an option to restart it.
Oh?
Yeah, go back into properties and it says restart capture. Hey! There we go. Okay, now you guys should hear actual music. Alright, beautiful. I put some cool, like, sci-fi music, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't see the bars moving for that. They should be able to hear it. Yay! Okay, good. First attempt, but you think you used too much Aggrath Earthshade. Now they are too dark. I understand. I understand. That does happen sometimes. Sometimes you can go a little heavy with things, but lesson learned. And in your future ones, you don't have to worry about that because you can just hold back. Maybe do a little bit less dark. Thin that Aggrath Earthshade a little bit. And don't be afraid to do that. I think sometimes people get, like, stressed that they shouldn't thin their washes because they're already relatively thin. But I definitely think it's totally doable. Like, if you feel like it's too dark, or if you are really wanting the most subtle of shades, like it for really just that color to only settle into the recesses and really not even leave a stain or the lightest of stains on the raised surfaces, just add a little bit of water to your washes and it should be okay. But I completely get that. That happens, but I wouldn't be too discouraged. You'll get better. You'll learn what proportions of paint and water ratio you'll need for the projects you're working on, and it'll be awesome. Yeah, so there's a little bit of like these baubles around his cloth. I think I missed a little bit of that, so I just want to touch up some of those, but I want to be very delicate about it because I really don't want to get this gold on the cloth if we can avoid it. Okay, yeah, I did get a little bit of gold on the cable, but I'm less worried about that. I just didn't want it on the skin. There we go. 2+ tough, awesome. I'm really glad you're enjoying the chill vibes. Yeah, no problem, Pocket Sand. Any questions? Any, like, if you're like, I have been stuck on this thing, I may not have the best answer, but I can at least probably help you workshop it a little bit. That's one of the nice things about the hobby. It's one of the reasons I like sharing the kind of stuff, is because you can then get other people's opinions on the stuff that you're working on. And generally, especially if you're having like you're either stuck or you're having like an art block, or you maybe just don't know what to do or something, having that discussion can make you, even if you don't go with what the person suggests, it will get your mind thinking of like other things in the future that you can do that maybe you hadn't thought of before, that can improve your painting process and just like make it more fun for you. You just got your Stormhawk Interceptor, so you're going to have a fun project. That sounds awesome. That sounds super awesome. NCS Electronica is all synth music. Nice. The lash of Slaanesh is made of tongues coming out of this poor man's face. It's also very sinewy. Very sinewy. Oh, yeah, sure.
Music too loud? So
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we upped it a little bit much. There you go. How's that? Is that a little bit better, Luke? Let me know. Okay, we did the gold. We need a tiny amount of plate armor. You know, that's true. That's the thing. See, the nice thing is you can't have badly painted orcs. Because it's just kind of fun, no matter what you do with them. They're orcs. They're meant to be rowdy and ridiculous, right? True soccer hooligans. Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad it's sounding great now. Alright, we have a couple of spikes that I missed. Let's go ahead and take care of those. I might be off camera a smidge, but I'm literally dabbing tiny, tiny pokey bits. So I promise you're really not missing much. Oops, I forgot that little flame pattern on his foot. On his heel. Oh my god, I didn't paint his full heel? My goodness. Lucius, I'm so sorry. How very scandalous of me. Alright, those all look good. Those spikes look good. Oh, I didn't paint that spike. Probably because it was in an awkward position. There we go. Oh my god, that was so scary. I almost touched my paintbrush to the backside of his whip. Oh, that would have been terrifying. I mean, it really wouldn't have been that bad, but I would have been sad. I would have been like, oh, I had been so clean. I had been so clean, and then I was too optimistic, and then I was not. And then I became very unclean. I mean, to be fair, probably appropriate for Slaanesh and Chaos in general, huh? It is a very neat sword. Yeah, he has a very cool sword. Hello, Adam! It is lovely to see you in chat. I am very much looking forward to him being done as well. Like, he is coming together swimmingly. I'm very happy. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of highlighting on the faces to bring out some paleness before I do the purpley wash, because I do want them to really get that tint. The question is do I want to do the purple wash in Magos purple? Probably, so that it has a bit of a pinky, fleshy tone. I was thinking about doing it in Drukhari purple though, or Drukhari violet, I guess, the shade, as opposed. But I think the contrast color is probably better. I think the contrast color is probably better to use. All right. Let me actually. Speaking of saving my throat, let me get some water. Okay. Nuln oil. Where is it? I thought, there it is. I was like, I knew I pulled it. I knew I had it set out. Alright. So all I'm gonna do now, and I will need to capture a little bit of this, is I'm gonna disappear for a moment. Any advice for doing figures like this one? Like are you wanting advice on how to tackle like chaos figures, or ones that have like big swooping things that go in front of them that maybe block your brush potentially from being able to more clearly access things? Or do you just want like more general with like dealing with a named character? Because I can think of advice for like any of those options. All? Okay. So when working with a character sort of like this, like a named character, one that has honestly reference, I do pull up the reference and try to follow that as much as I feel like it makes sense to. When I am like okay, here's the general things that I can say that I think make painting any figure immensely easier, because sometimes what the worst problem when you're dealing with like complicated characters like this, like really complicated, busy characters that have a lot going on, maybe there's a lot happening on their armor, maybe there's a lot of spikes, whatever, because Chaos does that, any named character can really have that happen to them, and it's really about breaking it down and approaching it section by section. So for example, when I started this, I started with just focusing on what I want to do with my prime, which was very important because I specifically like to do a grisaille technique, which is often referred to by like the majority of the miniatures community as just slap chop. But basically, it's a pre-highlighting technique that I've used all the time. It's basically putting a dark tone on first and building up highlights using dry brushing so that you can see a lot of those textures, you can see where your highlights should be and where your shadows should be, and it gives you some really good guidance going forward. Now, because I like to work with contrast colors specifically, this technique is especially effective because contrast colors are intentionally semi-transparent as opposed to normal opaque paints, which are typically, well, opaque. You don't really see through them unless you really, really water them down and make them thin enough to start looking transparent. Otherwise, they will just cover over what you're painting very specifically, right? So because I like to use contrast colors, the grisaille technique works especially well, which is why I tend to gravitate towards it, because I also tend to just use contrast colors a lot. I like working with like ink-like materials, and it just works well. From there, like once you have that primer on, that is going to help you sort of see the miniature better, because I find if you just flat prime it in, like, let's say you go the classic style and you just flat prime it in black. Actually, I have one that's flat primed in black. Like, it is so much harder for me personally to see the details, even in person, because I know it's kind of hard to see on the camera because it's reflective, but like, I have a hard time seeing all of the details on the flat black prime because it is a single flat uniform color. Whereas when I do the dry brush, it brings those details out because they're getting picked up by that lighter color tone, the armor staying flatter and more black, and it just works really, really well. So that's honestly one of the things I can say when you're doing complicated characters to maybe consider, because it allows you to just visually see what the heck you're painting that much better, which then allows you to make more informed choices on colors, and therefore it makes you feel like I personally feel more competent when I can look at the miniature and go, oh yeah, that's definitely the entire length of his whip and should all be this color, for example. You know what I mean? Hopefully that helped. Does that like give you a little bit of an idea of how to like approach these? And then from there, like, it's just breaking it down and taking it by section. So like, I started with the armor. I then moved on to doing the trim. I'm now going to finish the trim and then move on to finishing up the armor where these face pieces are, which I'm only going back to because they have additional details that I want to pull out. But if they didn't have those faces there and it was just the flat pauldron, I'd probably just be done with it, and I could start moving on to actually the organic stuff on the model, like his actual head, the whip, etc., all of the cloth that's there. Like, those would be the next sections. I don't get review copies for paints or anything very often, unfortunately. Because of what I also do as my main job, well, my second main job, I guess, sometimes businesses don't like to work with me, go figure. But I have, like, heard of, I know the AK markers are supposed to be, like, their acrylic markers are supposed to be really cool. I've seen a lot of people at my Scale Model Club actually using them on, like, tanks for doing tiger stripes and other camo patterns, which I am very intrigued by and down the line want to get those. But I have not specifically heard of their new paint range called Quick Gen, which is supposed to be competing with the speed paint. So I'll have to check that out. I will definitely have to check that out. Because I use contrast paints a lot just because I bought the entire range when it first came out, and I've been sitting on a lot of that the entire time, so I just keep using them. I tend to allow my paints to last a pretty long time, so I haven't felt the need to buy an entire fresh line of new paints. But I know, like, there's a number of companies outside of Army Painter and Citadel that are doing this style of thing. Also, to answer your question, Pocket Sand, I sometimes do sub-assembly. Technically, he is sub-assembled right now because he's not attached to his base, which does have a sculpted, like...
Oh, don't be pedantic.
But generally, the only time that I specifically do sub-assembly is if there is something in that assembly that is easy to attach at the end that also would be beneficial to keep off because it's completely blocking another section that I do need to paint. Like capes, for example. Sometimes I won't put capes on the characters if they make it so that they attach easily without needing to be... Like, the problem is Sometimes sub-assembly I find to be difficult to achieve, and I just kind of suck it up and end up fully assembling it because of the way that Games Workshop specifically makes their models attached to each other. Sometimes they make it really easy to do sub-assembly, sometimes they make it really stupid to do sub-assembly, and so it's really dependent on, like, what the character is. Hello, Alex! It's lovely to see you! What's my best Blood Bowl team painted? Like, the, that I've painted? Ooh, I really like both of my teams that I've painted, actually. So I've only painted 2 teams in full. I have a bunch of other teams, and some of them are partially painted. Like my Skaven, I have like a half-painted Skaven team. I think the Orc team's fully painted, but I didn't paint that one.
That's fine.
Yeah, and then I have my Necromantic Horrors, and then I have the Vampires. So I really like both.
I like the Necromantic Horrors.
That's fair. The Necromantic Horrors were fun because I was able to play with a lot more color.
That's why.
Yeah, I really went like classic, like 1990s Halloween color schemes with them, like vintage Halloween color schemes with them. So like that was really cool, but I do really like the way that my vampires turned out, but there's a lot less color opportunity. I just ended up using like a lot of red, black, and white. But they do look really cool. Okay, I'm gonna disappear for just a second so that I can paint him with a little bit of Nolan oil and capture it for the video. So I'm not going anywhere specifically. I'll still be chatting with you, but I will disappear visually. But it's okay. You're all adults. You know.
Object permanence.
You all have normal object permanence.
I don't.
Shit. Well, that's not good. Okay. I think doing stuff on the backpack would probably be good to capture because it's a big, nice open space. If I could get it to focus properly, that'd be great. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Start recording. The nice thing is if this ends up getting a little bit onto the dark armor, it's really not going to affect it much. So I'm not super worried about that. I love what that's especially doing over those cables. It's making those ridges pop out just ever so slightly more, and it's... I enjoy a good wash. Stop recording for a moment. Come back in. Hello! Skaven and Chaos teams can be hard to pretty paint as the models change during the season. That's true. That is very true. Although I'm not really painting any of them to be specifically... Like, I mean, I'm doing a clean job, I guess, with my paint. But I'm not really trying to make them, like, dirt... Like, to look clean... Specifically, because I'm like, they're playing football. They should get dirty and nasty, right? What's your suggestion regarding the best way to do rust and oil streaking when you want to take your Stormhawk from pristine book cover model to war-torn version? So I know that AK makes a lot of like streaking grimes and those kinds of things, and I've heard nothing but good things about them. I just personally have not tried them yet. I have worked with the Tamiya powders. So if you want to work with like instead of like a wet medium, if you'd rather work with a dry medium to add your textures and sort of war debris, Tamiya makes these little like compacts that kind of look like makeup containers actually, but they have a bunch of different powders in them that are used for weathering. Because I think they're literally called like weathering powders. And there's one in particular that I use all the time. I think it has, actually, I probably have it. Yeah. This one? Nope. Yeah, this one. So I use this one all the time. So it's, yeah, so they're called Tamiya Weathering Master. And this one I like because it has the orange rust, the gunmetal, and the silver, which tends to work really well for doing, well, rust, chipping on anything that you want to be dark, and then doing further chipping to make it look like you're seeing the bright metal underneath, like maybe the gunmetal finish. There's one other one that's very nice. And let me just see if I can find that real fast. Yeah, so there's also... Is this the one that I used the oils in? Okay, I think it must be. So there's also this one, which I don't use all the colors in this one as much. Like, I don't think I've ever used the burnt blue. I've used the burnt red occasionally to do a further, like, rusty material. But oil stain is really nice, because this actually gives you, like, a sort of slick finish. So it gives you a little bit of an oily residual, like, texture. So that is what I use when I do, like, when I want to go, like, hardcore weathering. Is I do that stuff. But I know that there's like streaking grime, dirty down rust is really good. Yeah, as JVG says, which I've heard great things about. I think, is dirty down, is that the AK one or is that a different brand? I can't remember now specifically, but like I'm familiar. I've heard dirty down before. The mini kind of looks like he would lose to Loken in a sword fight, but that's just your take. I mean, I think Lucius would...
Logan did beat him in a sword fight.
I mean, he did. He did. But I think Lucius would probably stab you repeatedly for bringing up such a sore wound. Oh, he never got over that. He probably still isn't over it. Let's be real. The question is how many people actually, like, tease him for it modernly? Like, in canon? I know they used to. Because they're like, haha, we know this is a sore spot for you. We like to push your buttons. Because you're easy to tease. You big baby. The Emperor's just like off and sitting down, rolling his eyes. Ah, that's a cool... Dirty Down is a separate company from AK? Okay, cool. I wasn't 100% sure if it was separate or if it was like, if that was the product name or the company name. So my apologies. But good to know. Good to know. Yeah, then so try checking out Dirty Down then, because I've heard also really good things about them. Like, basically, there's three... like, I guess companies that I know of that do really good stuff for, or that I've heard of the most, I suppose, who do weathering material stuff, and it's AK, Dirty Down, and Tamiya. I'll have to look more into what Dirty Down also does, because I really only knew them for, like, the one material, or the one product, because I thought it was a product, not a company, so I'll need to look into that more. Okay, definitely want to get a little bit more capture, but I think I've got enough done on the backpack. Let's go ahead, maybe do, okay, I'm gonna disappear for a sec. Get my focus. And maybe we'll do like this arm and leg simultaneously. There's a good resting point for me. Yeah, that looks good. Actually get it back into focus. There we go. There we go. It really does. I love, like, one of my favorite steps in any painting process is if I have used any kind of true metallic, putting that Nuln Oil wash, or depending on what it is, because sometimes with golds I'll use Reikland's Flesh Shade or some other brown wash rather than a black wash. Man, it just always makes the metal pop. It's so cool. Devil is in the details. You are not wrong, Ivan. In this case, we have a very beautiful devil. I'm also putting a little bit of this color into any of the joints just to darken them a smidge more than the armor so they stand out. Yeah. That's looking thick. Woohoo! Looking good. You've gotten great results with moss. Nice. Interesting. I'll have to try that because I've never tried doing that type of patina, like that kind of, like, you're talking about like the green patina that happens. Is that what verdigris is? Am I remembering that correctly? Or am I thinking of something different? Because, like, I know there's like a particular patina that's like sort of greenish, and maybe I'm just thinking it because it sounds like a green name, but clarify for me if you will, because I'm feeling a little dumb now.
Is it?
Verdigris? Is that like is that the like the style of patina that happens to like copper?
It might be. I'm not familiar.
Okay.
you're wondering, all I've been doing is optimizing the bases.
Oh, that's absolutely fine. Like, if you end up wanting to expand anything...
Oh, if I get to that, it's just I'm at the point now where I'm like, finding where there are conveyor belts that are backed up and fixing it and stuff like that.
That makes complete sense. That makes complete sense to me. Let's do the shoes. I want his little hooves to stand out, his heeled hooves. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I remember correctly. Yeah, so I have, the only time I've ever attempted that type of patina, I've actually just used the Citadel, what color is it called? Hold on, let me go grab it. I think it's behind, around the other side. Ah, yes, this Nihilica Oxide. This is the only thing, I just completely shook my camera there, sorry. This is the only thing I've ever used to do that sort of copper patina. It works pretty well, but I'm sure there are better techniques. Yeah, I do sometimes use brown washes on like older blades too. Like anything that I want to look, not only, like anything that I want to look aged rather than dirty. Like Nola oil I kind of use to give a little bit of a oily, sooty, gritty look. Whereas if I want it to look dirty, aged, and like worn out, I tend to go actually with either Agrath Earthshade, or if I'm looking for like a little bit of a more red tint to the brown, then I'll go with Reikland's Flesh Shade. So we've done all that. We've done both of the arms. We need to do the smaller section on the arms. Like near the cuffs. There we go. I'll do that one when I do the rest of his sword hilt. I think I already darkened that elbow. Yeah, I did. Okay, let's get this side of the cable. Just a little bit on the leg. One with that joint. We could hit those a little bit. A little bit more there. And is there anything else? This side. Okay. And then I'm not going to hit the spikes on the front of his leg with Nola oil, I don't think. I think it's just going to be like a little bit too much. I think it's going to stain the rest of it. Good afternoon, Robert. How are you doing? Am I really quiet? Am I being too quiet? Is that charged enough that we can switch over to the... Here, let me swap.
Yeah, it's full.
Okay. Let me switch to... There! Is that better? Am I louder now?
Look better on the bars?
It does, yes. Yeah, I'm going much higher. How sturdy is the whip? So the whip's pretty sturdy. Like you can see me tapping it a little bit here and it's not moving too much, but it definitely will snap at this joint right here if too much pressure is put on it. And I definitely think that if you press on it accidentally from like this direction, you could also break it. Very loud? Is it too loud now? Am I too loud? Do I need to lower myself? I am generally, I do speak just loudly. How's that? Is that better? I'm not peaking quite as much. There, I think that'll be good. Let me know. Let me know. I also probably just got super loud because I got really excited. It's double layered plastic is stronger than the old plastics, but still need. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Woo! Okay, awesome. Got our levels and everything good. So let me just do a quick assessment. I think I have now painted, except for the side of his boot, I think everything but his hilt of his blade and the blade itself have been null oiled, and I think that's the last thing I'm going to capture. Because that all happened. I'll touch that up again because I don't know if I got that previously, actually. That joint position. That got it. I can tell I didn't hit the bottoms of those, though. Okay, so I did that. Underside of shoulder. Looks good. That looks good. Back is all done. Yeah, okay, I'm feeling good about that. Let's go ahead and do the last little bit of recording. Well, for the null oil section. Hilt. I was like, what am I filming? Boop, 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 up here. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and get some paint on my palette and start recording. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Let's flip him. Do this side. Oh my god, I'm spinning him. Stop. Stop it. There we go. Looks good. Stop recording. Go back here. Hello! All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of just cleanup of some pooling that I noticed in some of the little gaps, the delicate little gaps between some of the filigree on his hilt. Or the guard of his sword, I guess, rather. Aha! There we go. Right. Yes. Quick trick. If you've noticed that you have a small gap, like there's a tiny little space in the design of your model. Actually, here, let me show you. Like, for example, like the gaps around the sword there, right? So you see how there's those gaps? Sometimes if you really overload your brush or that area with a wash especially, but also contrast paints, those gaps can get filled in and then you get this horrid, like sealed, dried paint, like fleshy skin thing in between them and you have to like clean that up later. It's the worst. To avoid that, you just blow real hard at it and you can just pop it like a bubble and it goes away. That's all you gotta do.
Don't spit.
Don't spit. Yeah, don't spit. Just blow hard. Like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Nice. Like the cardboard box your toilet brush came in, and that's what you store them in? Or is it like the like plastic container that you like cleaned and that's what you store them in? Because I've definitely seen people use interesting containers for like miniature transportation storage so that they stay safe and like... Because like I know some places make custom like spaces. Like, what is that foam company?
Foam Army Customs?
Yes, thank you. Foam Army Customs. Like, I know that they make like cutouts for specific models because they're weird shaped and they can easily get broken if you're just putting them in like pluck foam containers. But yeah, like they're expensive and I've never done that. So I just always like wing it. But one of the other things that I've seen a lot of people do, and this is what I've started doing, is magnetizing the bottom of my bases and just putting them on trays and storing them that way. I got a bunch of containers, actually like 4 of them for when I moved, to do that exactly with all of my miniatures to make it easier to get everybody over safely because I was really worried about the foam. The cardboard box in this packed with soft foam. That makes sense. They have a whole line for the Emperor's Children. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, they've got some like swoopy shit on them that needs protection. Oh, that's cool though. Okay, I think we are done with the Nuln Oil. We can start. So, Cece, can I ask your opinion real fast on? I think I want to do the like the cloth bits on his armor next, as well as the faces. Before I do the faces, do you think I should gently dry brush them to bring out slightly more highlights on the most raised areas before I put the purple over it? Or do you think I should let it remain pretty dark and just really tint it?
No, I think a little bit more of a highlight could not hurt.
Okay. I'm not going to do full white. I'm just going to do the Charodon gray, which is like the mid-tone gray that I worked with when I first did my Grisaille.
Okay.
Instead of doing like a pure white highlight, because I don't want it to quite be that clean looking, you know what I mean?
Yep.
You use a steel toolbox, nice. One cut just for Lucius, I believe it. He needs it. He's such a special boy, special precious boy. Do you think I need to capture this or do you think I can just do it?
I think it's fine.
Okay. Okay, I may have gotten rid of a little bit too much paint on my brush there. Hello, Dim. I am very glad that you're able to catch a stream as well. Oh, you're making your chainmail? That's awesome. How's that going? Okay, so see, this is what I mean when I want it like a little bit brighter. When you actually focus the correct direction. So like, see how that pops a little bit more than what is happening on this side? Although this side didn't get washed out quite as much. This side really like did not, like it became very uniform. but I think this helped. I am going to add a tiny drop of the Nolan oil back into his eyes to darken those before we put the contrast color over top. But I think it'll be fine. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay, that looks so much better. And now onto the legs. Oops, I'm sorry, I forgot to refocus it back down. Your plans for this weekend fell through, so now you have the weekend to paint, listen to records, and read comics. Heck yeah! That's awesome. Hey, that's great! I'm really excited that you're gonna be able to make it to the spicy stream this Saturday. Yes, for those of you that are interested, if you are wrestling fans and you want to watch Money in the Bank with me this Saturday, I will be hosting a spicy watch-along party over on my free OnlyFans page. And it should be a good time. I am looking forward to Money in the Bank, mostly for the main event, because I feel like, I mean, I'm sure there will be some interesting things that happen, but Money in the Bank tends to be pretty fun generally, like and there should be the women's and the men's, so that'll be good. I actually don't know. It will also be able to discuss all of the recent layoffs that I'm sitting there going, what the fuck? What the hell? I'm still not over Shayna or R-Truth. Especially R-Truth. That one doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I think that's looking a lot better. I'm going to do the very subtle spot touch of Nolan oil into the eyes, and it'll be pretty good. We'll need to let it dry a smidge before we move on, but shouldn't be too bad. Oh yeah, that's so much better. My hand started to vibrate because I was going for such a delicate little thing. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we'll let those dry because I'm very happy with how the eyes look now everywhere. They're back to the saturation level that they were before I accidentally put a little bit too much paint into them. And we're good now. I know! I can't believe... I mean, I can absolutely believe that they would let Shayna go. Just because I don't know if she, like, fully fits into their, frankly, aesthetic for their women. As much as, like, some of the other women do. But at the same time, I'm like...
Whoa.
My Warhammer lady. My Warhammer representation. Especially now that everybody's cosplaying more. Like, literally all of them are cosplaying more. She could probably get away with even more, like, cool 40k themed Space Marine armor as her gear. And I'm sad that I don't get to look forward to that at pay-per-views anymore. It was one of the things I always looked forward to, is being like, all right, who's Shayna dressed up? Which Legion is she representing this time around? And gosh darn it, she never disappointed me. And now it's just over. You got a hedgehog coming down your drive? Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Gotta go fast.
He's got to go fast. Is he going down your drive quickly? Oh my gosh, Jay, you have 215 millimeter figures to paint? What are you painting? Like, what game is it for? Is it like a historical, or is it like, are you playing, is that what? I guess technically that is what,
Epic?
Thank you, yes. But they don't call it that anymore.
Legion Imperialis.
Legion Imperialis. I kept getting stuck on Imperial Assault and knowing that was wrong because that's Star Wars. But I knew it had something like it was similar-ish words. But yes, Legion Imperialis. I think that's what that scale is actually for the figures. They'd be 15 millimeters, so. Have fun! It is very difficult sometimes to work at that scale, I will give you. Especially on the infantry. Like, the tanks are not so bad. I really actually found I enjoyed painting the vehicles at that scale, but dude, some of the other ones, not so much. All right, let's do the Magos purple. Ah, Civil War figs? Heck yeah, that's awesome. Okay, I mean, it's not cool that they're screaming, because like foxes are super obnoxious screamers, but like the fact that you have foxes hanging out around you, that is so cool. I definitely have 200 plus miniatures to paint. Hello, you're looking at one. Oh, is Legion Imperialis, was old Epic 8 millimeter? Was it that small? I mean, I'm not surprised, because I know I've looked at comparisons of the Legion Imperialis that I have versus what the old ones were back when it was actually referred to as Epic. And yeah, they are definitely smaller. The Epic ones are definitely smaller. Wild. Absolutely crazy. Okay, let's get some, let's be delicate. I wanna paint some armor. I wanna paint some faces trapped in some delicious armor. All right, I'm gonna have to disappear for a moment because I need to record this. Oh, that looks good. Okay. So I'm gonna do this relatively palely at first. Oh yeah, this is doing exactly what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna go straight into, I think the back of his, yeah, we'll actually do both. Just to, because we really don't have a lot to do here. There's not that many sections, so I'm just gonna get it all. Oh my gosh, Luke, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Also, I appreciate the reminder for everybody to please like and subscribe. That does help us out very, very much, especially liking the video. That lets YouTube know that we're doing something you enjoy and that maybe they should share it to other people. So yes, please do that. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you, Luke, so very much. And thank you again for being a member for 6 months. That is awesome. You rock, sir. All right, I think that's good. Hopefully I didn't move too much off camera when I was doing that. I don't think I did. All right, there we go. There we go. Ah, I'm very happy. I'm gonna do a quick inspection to double check what I was doing. Sometimes when I'm doing that, I am purely using OBS to see what the heck I'm working on. That a little bit, get from that angle. Yes. Oh yeah, okay, here, you guys give me your opinion. It is a kind of the same color as my hair, isn't it? All right, here, let's see what you think. Okay, oh, it's pretty focused. So just a really nice, subtle, pinky purple tint on the faces to make them stand out a bit more, make them pop so that you actually see them. I especially like the way that it turned out on his legs. I think that looks sick. Yeah, I think that looks really good. I'm very happy with that. I'm gonna let that dry. Oh, what I wanna do though, is I do wanna use this exact same color. Should I just paint his face? I'm a little scared to paint his face on camera. I mean, I'm gonna paint it on camera, obviously. Okay, he's very pale. Like an undead. Maybe I should use pallid witch flesh? What should I use as my boy's very, very, very translucent white flesh tone? I'm literally looking at my colors. Do I have? Those are all too tan. He is like really not tan. I mean, I could, like, I am kind of tempted to just glaze the Magos purple over the very, very, like, bright white face paint, like, texture that I already have. But then I feel like I need to bring it, I'll probably need to soften that, but I don't want to use just a pure white. I'm going to step off camera for a second and see if I can find a proper color. So what I'm thinking, okay, I don't want to use any of those. Are you pallid? No, definitely not gray sear. Maybe, I'm gonna pull out the Duncan Rhodes collection, like the Tooth and Coats paints that I have. I haven't looked through all of the flesh tones in these yet. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's a cool looking wash. Oh, I didn't realize how many colored metallics came in this particular set. Is this all of them, or is this the ones that came in this? This is everything. This is a list of everything. Got it. Okay. Twin Suns Yellow, probably not. Satin varnish, gloss varnish. That's that smoke gray wash, which looked interesting. Okay, these are all far, far too bright of colors. I think they're going to be not what I need. Okay, maybe... Ooh. Nope, that is not at all what I thought it was. Platinum. Noble Steed. I definitely read that as Nosebleed Brown, and I was like, what? That's a weird name for a color, Mr. Duncan. But it's instead Noble Steed Brown, which is a bit more... makes a bit more sense. Okay, nothing in there. Yeah, I think I might just use Pallid Wood Flesh. I think I have that over here still. Let's find out. Yep, there it is. Ow. Ow.
You alright?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I pinched myself on my broken chair. Remember how the plastic on this is snapped?
Yeah, do you have a blanket down?
I don't have a blanket down, no. I will put a blanket down now. Because when I sat down on that, I didn't realize I had raised it, and I pinched myself. I don't think it left anything. No, I don't think so.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. It was just, it was more unexpected than it actually, like, hurt a huge amount. Ooh. Yes, I accidentally bumped into my desk.
My God.
Not with myself, with the chair. Jay, you're absolutely welcome. It's my pleasure. It is absolutely my pleasure. All right, let's do... Okay, I think I'm just gonna move on to his skin. Okay, so we're gonna do... What do they do for this knee? They make it purpley. Perfect. I knew I was inspired by something. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna disappear for a second again. I'm gonna refocus. Beep, beep. You know, it's kind of awkward to capture this because it's this whip, isn't it? If I hold it this way, I think it'll be better. I really need to go buy myself another one of these plastic chairs. I can't believe I broke it. It wasn't even... It was literally a matter of I had the bottom of the chair, like the foot of the chair, which is like those rods, like the metal rods. And one of that was on my cable and the other side wasn't. And I pressed down on the center and it just went... And I was like, no, I use this for... my not safe for work stuff, damn it. But it's fine. All right, let's go ahead and record this. I'm holding him the wrong way again. Yeah, that's looking good. Oh, shit. There we go. And then finally, a little bit there. Nice. All right, I'm just gonna stop recording. Oh, totally. One of the things that I personally am a little sad about that GW doesn't do as much is I do feel like they've stripped away some of their aesthetic when it comes to certain chapters, certain characters, etc. And I'm glad that at least Lucius still got some of the, I'm gonna have skin stretched all over me, like he should. Moving some of this paint around a little bit. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Very happy. Purple a little bit on the faces. Mostly around the eyes. There we go. I think I'm gonna paint his face and his hands. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, chat. We're doing it. All right, going away for a second. Okay, I'm just getting myself into a good height. Okay, I can see what I'm doing. You guys can see what I'm doing. You get being told off because all of your chosen corn world eaters are white and blue? Why would that get you? Isn't that their... I thought the world eaters were a white chapter.
They're red.
But that's once they've turned, right?
Yeah.
So
the original were white.
Yeah, so are you doing 30k? Because if you're doing 30k style ones, wouldn't that be appropriate? I mean, like, realistically, you can do whatever the hell you want with your army. That's my feeling on it. But, like, isn't that still appropriate for them? Okay. A little bit too much color down there. It's okay, we can pull it back. Honestly, that looks really good. I may not do anything else to it. I haven't decided yet. Let me just get the back of his head so I don't forget that. But yeah, honestly, like, I will do like maybe the softest of highlights. But I am legitimately pretty happy with how that's looking already. Oh my god, I forgot the chest on it. I forgot the mouth on the face on his chest. Holy cow, how could I do that? All right, well, let me just pull my dry brush color back out real quick because I completely forgot that those faces were there, and they should absolutely get the same treatment as everything else. Okay, did that. Let Let me spot wash some black. I keep forgetting to adjust that. There we go. Oh, it's so weird. See, I like seeing when people do that kind of stuff where they bring in like half my army is changed over to the old color or the new colors, and part of my army is decided to keep their old color scheme because they thought it was cool. All right, what was I doing? Chest eyeballs. Okay, we'll let those dry and then we'll do the purple glaze over top. If you ask me personally, I actually think I like, and maybe this is more common, and this isn't as controversial as I feel like it is, which is why I'm being a little hesitant to say it. But I actually think I prefer the color schemes of the Horus Heresy era, like of all the Marines, because honestly, they did more with color back then. Like
back then.
Yeah, because like
I'd say that just because Horus Heresy is theoretically a newer IP.
Oh, I know, but
so that's why I think it's funny.
Yes, I mean that is true. Like as a product that they're selling, absolutely, it's a newer IP. But in regards to like we have been hearing, I have read descriptions of the Emperor's Children's armors being gaudy purple nonsense, like all through the Fulgrim book.
Yep.
And the fact that when the Emperor's Children released, and I went, you know, I don't actually remember what their their post-heresy armor looks like, and then to be found out that it is mostly black and silver like the rest of Chaos was honestly disappointing, because I would sit there and go, well, shouldn't they have the bright fucking pink armor now? Because they're literally embracing Slaanesh? But no, their loyalist colors were pink and purple. And when they turned to darkness, they just went dark. And I don't know, that's sad to me. I feel like they should keep their colors. Now, World Eaters going from like white and blue, which is definitely a more heroic color scheme, to a red, because they have fallen to corn, at least makes a little bit more sense to me. But why the hell did the Emperor's Children, who were already pink and fabulous, go, Slaanesh really wants us to be moody AF and go just full goth? Like, don't get me wrong, I love goth aesthetics, but it doesn't make sense. Yeah, see, I miss all the bright primary colors. I also, and somebody was sharing this with me, like their current like Eldar collection, but it's old school and it had nothing. It was green, goblin green bases as far as the eye could see, and I loved it. I loved it. It was so good. Like, I love working on bases. I love doing something a bit more than just the standard grass green color scheme, but there is something so perfect about that color, like on a base. It makes me so happy. But the sneaky little snake sword was supposed, like, it's a Slaanesh sword. Slaanesh is into fabulous colors. She's all about psychedelic sensations. Why did they go black? That's what I mean. Oh my God, his head looks great. All right, we need to paint the hands. You're gonna take off, Robert. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was lovely to have you in chat while you were here. Have a great rest of your day. Go enjoy your impromptu board games. Heck yeah, what a great reason to leave. Get out of here, go play games. I'm gonna capture, I think, a little bit more of the purple just on his hand. I'm gonna also make myself disappear for that. Boop, goodbye. Goodbye. Hello. Thank you for subscribing, Sam. I do also want this hilt to be a purple, so I don't mind if Mago's purple gets on it. All right. Have a good night, Robert. Enjoy your games. You know, maybe that is what it is, Texas Gamer. Maybe it is meant to just show the bottomless void that they've fallen into. I mean, that does make sense. It also helps GW go, these guys are the evil ones because, you know, they're dressed in black. Except that we're going to put the Black Templars in black, but they're going to be good guys. I think it's mostly to the Emperor's Children that strikes me the most with in regards to this change of pre-heresy, post-heresy color scheme. You know what I mean? Because it is literally their first Slaanesh. It's like, they should be fabulous. All right, I do think I'm going to use a little bit of Pallid Wish Flesh to bring a little bit more of a actual pale, translucent white skin tone to him. But honestly, like, I'm really happy with what this has done. Like, I mean, I do this technique on most flesh tones where I put this purple beneath it because I really feel like it gives me the sensation of veins being beneath the skin, and then I just glaze over the, you know, fleshier, more peachy color tones. But like, it works so well on him because he is supposed to be just a monster. Well, he didn't know it was a Slaanesh sword in his defense. He was just like, oh, a cool sword. I'll take that for myself. That looks awesome, and I'm awesome, so I should have this awesome sword. I mean, I really feel like that's kind of his whole vibe with it. And then later on, his men started going, hey, boss, daddy, hey, dad, hey, dad, hey, you're, you know, you're behaving a little weird. You suddenly got into butt stuff. It's weird. It's a little weird. Well, that's the whole point of them reminding you of the Praetorian Guard, right? And then, like, don't they even have
Phoenician Guard and all that?
Oh yeah, the Phoenician Guard. There is a unit.
Yes.
There is a unit of Praetorian Guards though. Is that Space Marine or is that Custodian? Or is it Grey Knights?
Don't remember off the top.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head though either. Thoughts on the World Bearers box? Or the Word Bearers box? You know, have I looked at the Word Bearers box? Let me check. Actually, I don't know if I've looked at the Word Bearers box recently. And if I have, it's like I didn't have such a strong impression that I remembered off the top of my head. Word Bearers box set. Oh, do you mean the Black Library box set? Or... Because that's a beautiful looking box, but absolutely, I don't go for the books because they just...
sell out. They
sell out too fast and scalpers get a hold of them, and I don't support that. I mean, so yes, Texas Gamer, we know that it was dedicated to Slaanesh, but when he went into it, he had no concept of who Slaanesh was yet. Like, as far as Fulgrim knows, like, Fulgrim might be aware that there is chaos out there at this point in canon, but I don't think the Emperor was being like, all right, sons, there are 4 gods I really need y'all to be very mindful of so that you don't fall to their corruption. Because, you know, if he had, the heresy probably wouldn't have fucking happened. If the Emperor had just been like, boys, sit down. We need to have an adult one-on-one conversation. Adult 1-on-18 conversation. There is a thing out there in the warp called chaos. And within those chaotic things, there are 4 specific entities that are vile. And if I see any one of you messing with any of those, I will beat your asses so red that Khorne won't even know what to look at. Who's Khorne, you might ask? Thank you, my sons, for he is the blood god. He is full of rage. And therefore, my sons, you must not feel rage. Be like the Jedi. What are those? Space aliens from way made up ago. Don't worry about it. But like, you see what I mean? Like, if the Emperor had just maybe sat down with his boys and been like, I have something important to talk to you about. Let me tell you about the birds and the chaos. Like, and maybe things would have been fine. Maybe things would have been fine. Maybe Horus wouldn't have had his little tantrum, and things would have been okay. But you know what? That's not what happened. The Emperor was like, I can't trust my sons with this information. They'll definitely rebel against me. Oh, wait, oops. Guess I get Worst Dad of the Year award. And my prize is sitting on a giant golden throne for the rest of eternity, consuming the souls of my psychers. Yay! See, I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure some of the kids might have been like, oh, chaos, that sounds sweet. And then they may have gone off and still fallen or whatever. But I feel like if he had at least talked to some of them, specifically like, I don't know, Magnus, maybe things wouldn't have happened the way that they did. Maybe Horus, I don't know. Could have had this conversation with any number of them. Hell, he could have had it with like Sanguinius, Gilliman, literally all of them, and it probably would have at least prevented half and half. I mean, I get it, Games Workshop wants to sell us miniatures, and what better way to have us go, ooh, there's so many options for us to choose from, by literally dividing the units in half and going, some of them are evil, and some of them are good guys. Oh, except actually, by the way, there are no good guys. So just pretend all of the wholesome good things that we're pretending like these guys do, they're evil, actually. Exactly. The Worst Dad of the Year award goes to the Emperor of Mankind for the last 10,000 years. Minimum. But let's be real, I don't know if he was necessarily doing a great job from like their origin, considering they all got swept the fuck away from him and scattered across the universe. A lot of what happens in 40k completely relies on the fact that you just have to accept that the Emperor is a terrible father. All right, let's go ahead and paint some of this beautiful flesh tone. And by beautiful, we're going to be sickly pale. out some highlights, trying to get the raised edges. Push that purple tone back a smidge, but just a smidge. Let me go ahead and pause and we'll come back in a second with a little bit more. Hello, Hisham. How are you doing today? Nurgle is much better than the... Nurgle is a much better dad than the Emperor. Oh, yeah. Well, that's because, see, Papa Nurgle has the experience of he's also a grandfather. So he's had like 2 generations to be able to figure things out with. That's why he's so good and why the Nurglings are so happy, you see. That's why they're just oh so joyous. Spread that around a little bit more. Got a little bit too much pigment all at once, but it'll be fine. There we go. Lucius, do you not have ears anymore?
What?
I don't think Lucius has ears anymore.
Oh, that makes sense. They probably cut it off.
Yeah, I think he just has, like, cables plugged into him. What do you guys think of the face? I think that's looking pretty good. Does it look like, I think I need a little bit more of a highlight here, maybe? Okay, I also want to touch up very... How am I going to do this? I want to put a little bit more of Magos Purple deliberately into just the crevasse on his... The crevasse on his head. Do I have... Oh, I'm sorry. I just banged my... Where is, like, my suit? Ooh. Ooh, this might work. This has... This might work. Okay. Like, I know I have some very fresh, unused, very fine-pointed brushes. Like this one. Little. I think he's been upgraded to USB-C. But you know, who knows? Lucius might be old school. All right, I'm gonna concentrate for a second, guys. This is like the one point where his whip is really fucking in my way. Oh, perfect. Okay. Look at it. I upped the crevasses. What do you think now? I think that looks great. What color are his eyes? Purpley. There we go. Okay. All right. So now we just need to do a little bit of that delicate work with the pallid flesh on his hands. So let's do that next. Thank you. Which Chaos Primarch or Champions has the most shit plugged into his head? Is it Angron? I mean, I would think it. Yeah, I would think it would be Angron. I mean, Mortarion is definitely a close second because he does have a fair number of but he's got mostly the rebreather, whereas Angron has all of the what are they called? Those spikes that he puts in his head.
The butcher's nails.
Butcher's nails. Thank you. Like Angron has all the butcher's nails, so I would say, and that is actually plugged directly into his brain, impacting his brain. So I would say probably Angron. Although I like the call out of Mortarion. You think Mortarion has more cybernetics than anyone? Wouldn't Ferrus Manus or
Well, Ferrus Manus is dead, so.
Oh yeah, he is dead, you're right. Wouldn't is the Iron Hands? No, the Iron is the Iron Warriors Primarch dead?
No.
Wouldn't he have more?
No. Well, he might actually have quite a few. That's a good
I don't know how many implants, cybernetics, that Mortarion has. Yeah, see, Portorabo. Isn't he more cybernetic? Because he literally is kind of like Mechanicus of purge the flesh, right? Can you do an inspection on his face for me and just tell me that it...
What?
Can you do an inspection for me on Lucius's face for me? I need a second opinion that isn't chat telling me, yes, I'm doing an exceptional job.
Yeah, this is the underlayer, right?
This is, I think I'm actually done. I did the purple and then I did a right flesh over top. He's
I
very...
think it needs a bit more, but I see the image.
You think it needs a... He's very white, right? He is pallid witch flesh to a point.
Yeah, okay, he's that purple. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really that purple. He actually is, they actually lean in. That's the one place where they kept it. Yeah, so Ferrus was flesh is weak, so wouldn't he have more plugins and cybernetics and stuff? You know, that's a great call out, Star Fury. I don't know how many plugs a dreadnought-ridden Marine ends up getting plugged into him, but that could potentially outdo anything that any of the Primarchs have. That is totally true. I'm gonna do his hand right now, so I think we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hide myself for a moment. Yeah, that looks good. No, no, you're fine. I got quiet because I'm focusing on painting his fingers. And their delicate little digits. I think I need to blend that a bit more, but it's looking pretty good. Come down here, pop back in here. Oh, okay. Oh, you know, if that's, yeah, that's true. Bjorn the Fell-Handed also could definitely be up there as like one of the most highly cybernetic Marines out there for sure. Get his thumb, make sure get the underside of his fingers a bit, just in case somebody flips him over. Nice. Make sure to round that finger a little bit. Make sure to round that finger a little bit. Okay. Feel pretty good about that hand. Let's do the one that's gripping the sword. Oh, Haven, don't worry about being late. No worries. It's lovely to have you here. That's true. You know what? A fabricator general from Mars probably would trump everybody. You're absolutely right. The truly most...
Necron.
There you go. Necron actually trumps everyone because they are just pure cybernetics.
And/or Angron's mom wife lady.
Oh yeah, because she's plugged into the ship now, isn't she?
Yeah. That's a polite way to put it.
She was forcibly put into the ship. Doing some delicate work on his digits. I know you guys probably aren't seeing like too much of what's going on, but I'll show you when I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay, I think I need to get a smidge of highlight along that jaw. Just to kind of pop his mouth a bit more. Honestly, okay, what do you guys think? Sword hand, whip hand, backside of sword hand, his face. I think he looks pretty good. Does the Tyranid hive mind count? You know, I don't think it does because it's not physical plugs. It's just like a psychic connection. And so I don't think the hive mind would count. The stream has been going pretty well. Painting has been going well. We got some, so we finished up the armor. We washed all the metallics on the armor. We did a little bit of work on the shoulders where I tinted them purple to pop the faces. We've then also moved on to painting Lucius's face, which kind of looks like it did before, but not exactly. I will admit. And I think now, let's see, what time is it? I should take a quick break because it is nearly 3 o'clock and I know that you and Luke will start telling me that I need to take a break. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I will be back in roughly 5 to 10 minutes. So at the latest, I'll be back 5 minutes after the top of the hour. But I'm just gonna take a short break to go stretch my legs and honestly to decide what the next section that I wanna work on. I think it's gonna be the cloth. Like, I think we need to work on all of the fleshy cloth that he has along his loincloth and just like around his waist. And do that in a slightly more true flesh tone color rather than going a little bit more of the demonic flesh tone color with the purples. Necrons wouldn't count because they have no flesh at all. Fair enough. I suppose that if we're not gonna count, what was the other thing that we didn't count? Tyranids. If we don't count Tyranids, maybe we can't count Necrons because they are the optimal plugin. They are just a plugin. Or maybe they're the outlet that everything gets plugged into. No, they're more like, well, I mean, the lords and such and like the cryptex are fancy and they're kind of like servers actually giving the information out to everybody. Because they're computers. They're basically walking, talking computers. All right, but yes, I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back in roughly 5 to 10 minutes and I'll see you guys shortly. Hello! I have returned.
Are you unmuted?
I am unmuted, yes. I made sure to do that. You know what? A Drakari Homunculus could be something plugged in with a lot of machines. That's true.
Wouldn't the Emperor maybe count?
Oh my gosh, does the Emperor have more plugs than anyone else anyways? Because he's sitting on the Golden Throne and he's just literally wired up to the warp? Good question. Possibly. Possibly. Possibly.
The world may never know.
True. It's true. Alright. We're done with his flesh. I'm actually very happy with it. So I think we're going to work on the flesh that's hanging off of him. And for this... Oh, hold on. Let me reattach. I have my microphone on, but I didn't clip it to myself. Now it's clipped to me. Oh my god. I got a huge amount of purple on the tip of his sword.
Wow.
Okay, we gotta fix that. That's annoying. Thankfully, it's metallic. We can just repaint it. There we go. That's fixed. And we'll just wash it again with a little bit more Nuln Oil. It's true. It is our job as nerds to speculate. You're absolutely right. It's one of our rights as weebs and nerds and geeks to speculate and hypothesize.
And pontificate.
And to pontificate. All right. Okay, so I'm feeling good about that. His face looks good. Fixed. I need to do the dry brush. Is this dry? Pretty much. Yes, not the dry brush. Did I say dry brush? I meant the Nuln Oil wash. Oh, I hope your headache goes away.
I thought you said their head explodes, and I was like, geez, Angela.
No, I don't want anybody's head to explode. I want their headache to go away. All right, there we go. Fixed. Now. Flesh. I think. Therefore I am. Can you hand me the Reichland Flesh Shade, please? As well as that red wash that is in between the, so go, nope, up one row, over, towards you. Nope, that's blue. Next one over, yes. I believe that is a red. Oh, that's also Reichland's Flesh Shade. Damn it, that's not the one I was hoping for. There is like, it's called like Trogdor or like Togador, or it's a new one. So it's gonna be half size, it's gonna be the contrast color size. And it's a reddish color tone. If you can find...
An orange. The half size?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the half sizes. Here, I'll come over and look. Cryptek. Seraphim. Oh, I definitely...
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You know what? It may actually... I might have put it in here because it's one of the lesser used ones.
Okay.
So let me bring this over and I'll grab it. Because yeah, there's like a new shade that they put out. I thought. Angels red. Flesh tears. Yes. Oh, but you're not red like I thought. Berserker Bloodshade. That's what it is. Berserker Bloodshade. If you weren't an Ultramarine fanboy, you would have been a Black Templar simp. Talk about the whiplash going to most complicated chapter. True. Oh, Black Templar. Oh, Black Templar. How GW wishes that you were not what you were. Oh my god, that would be a cool model. Have they ever done any models for the Space Sharks? Like, have they even done shoulder pads for the Space Sharks?
Not that I know of.
So there's one official specific Space Shark figure, I'll use the word figure, that exists. Because it is a pop figure, and it was in their advent calendar that they did, where they had all the little mini Marines. There was a shark one in that. It wasn't specifically Tyberos.
Oh yeah, the chibi one.
But those chibi Space Marine advent calendars that they did, that's like the only official place I have seen where you can get an actual canonical model or figure representation of the Space Sharks. Which is hugely underrated, by the way. They should do that more. Okay. I will need to record this, so I'm going to disappear. And I think what I'm going to do is I actually just want to do some light washes over these. So I'm going to do Berserker Bloodshade first. And then we'll brighten it back up with some true flesh tones if we feel like we need to. Ooh, what a pretty color. I haven't actually used this yet. Ooh, it's a very bloody red. Ooh, I like it. Okay. This might also work as a really good undertone before doing flesh, actually. Which is kind of why I want to try it. Oh yeah, I really like what this is doing. It's a very crimson-y, purpley red. Go a little heavier and see what happens. I want to see how it dries. Like, how red does it actually dry? I'm gonna do the backside off camera. And actually go a little heavier. Ooh, I do like what's happening there. I do want to brighten it up with a little bit of additional flesh tone, but I think we're good. I'm gonna get the other little sections here. Oh yeah, no, the washes really find the recesses well. Like whatever medium GW puts into their shades does work quite wonders on going into the recesses and popping any little details that are out there, which I appreciate. Go. And we're back. You did. I think I'm still gonna go with a little bit of a... Ooh, I'm getting a little too heavy there. Let's pull a little bit too much. I do still think I want to blend in some slightly more brownish tones. And I haven't decided if I'm going to do that with an opaque, and then I'm going to put a Reikland's Flesh shade over top of that just to, like, again, make it look a little bit more fleshy. Or if I just want to let this dry and then put, like, maybe, like, Seraphim Sepia over top of it to add a little yellow and do it very subtly and, like, let the... I think it's looking a little too like his own flesh, though. And I think I want it to look like it's definitely not from somebody that has the same skin tone as him. You know what I mean? Somebody who's less corrupted by chaos. But yeah, it is doing some really nice stuff. Do I want to go with a more yellow or peachier? Probably peachier. Yeah, I think I am going to do a different type of different types of melanin. Or at least like, well, you know, I could do, what did they do? What is the... They have it fairly consistent. I have two different types of like skin tones here. I might alternate it. I want to see how the first wash of it goes. Let's go from there. I'm gonna sneeze. That's why I've been rubbing my nose. I apologize. I can like feel it. I'm hoping if I talk about it enough, it'll just not happen. Which I think has happened. Haha! Take that, sneezes. Just like hiccups, you don't exist. All right. I will need to go. I need to record this. What do we think of that? It's looking pretty good. Stop recording there. And I do think, based off of what I've done, I do want to do multiple colors. I just think it'll be more interesting. I need to get this flesh tone on this edge here, though, so give me a second. I need my hands in a specific place so I can stabilize myself while I do this. So I apologize if you can't see exactly what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to do a slightly... Okay, here's the question. Do I do the variations using contrast colors or do I do opaques? I think it would be more obvious with... I'm worried my peachy tones, maybe I should just go really obviously different. Like really, really obviously. Is this gonna be too dark? I think I'm gonna create the darker flesh tones. Okay, well, I'm gonna try this first. We're gonna progressively get, is that too, that's like really close. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mix the two. That's what I'm gonna do. He absolutely would. Are you kidding me? Lucius would totally sit with like needlepoint stitching like meticulously his outfit together so he looks fabulous. There we go. Okay. Okay, I've got a new fresh flesh tone to work with. And I think we're gonna put it on the larger section. So let's go. Oops. There we go. I think everything falls to the curse of Lucius, considering a servitor, I believe, spawned him at one point.
Yep.
So if a servitor can fall to it, then absolutely a demon who will definitively feel pride. Like, let's be real. If a demon were to kill Lucius, they would feel pride about that and immediately pop. Right? It does. It does look like straight from a recent kill. All right, and then I think we're going to do one more tone. On this last bit. Another paler tone, but I'm going to put a wash over this and I think darken it. There we go. I think that'll be enough. Recording of painting that. Go ahead and smooth some of this out. This way. Get the other side of the capes. This one could use a little bit more highlight to give it that peachier color tone. Yeah, I like that. I think the cape came out actually looking really cool. Now the back side of it is literally all one, like it looks like what basically he did is he took the 3 different pairs of flesh, stitched them together, and then put a liner on the back. So for the liner, I think I'm just gonna keep using the, where's that red that I use? Berserker Bloodshade. Darken it and let it kind of be reddish. Which I'd already sort of started to do, but I didn't actually get fully up the back fully because I didn't notice. So let's try to fix that now. that's a bit better. And we'll do this a bit more. Okay, and then after that's dry, I'll come back in with a wash. That's a good idea. Try giving a yellow hue. So maybe one of them will get Seraphim Sepia, one of them will get Reikland's Flesh Shade, and then one of them will get like Dark Oath Flesh to really give it a darker tone. So Lucius is from the Emperor's Children. He is part of Fulgrim's boys, who are the Slaanesh demons, or the Slaanesh worshipping Space Marines. But Lucius's specific story, as Luke called out, is so the Emperor's Children as a whole suffer from pride. That's their problem, is they have too much pride and they got real big egos. Lucius, prior to his fall and turning into a scarred up bald man, was a beautiful, magnificent, and supposedly the best swordsman out there. Except that he got his ass kicked by Loken, who was one of Horus's boys, who is the main guy who kicked off the Horus heresy, hence it being called the Horus heresy, right? So Loken kicked his ass, and he never got over it. And he has basically just been, he claims to be the perfect swordsman. He claims to be the best swordsman.
Loken beat him by throwing dirt in his eyes.
Loken beat him by throwing dirt in his eyes, specifically sand, pocket sand, if you will, that he picked up and used to, and basically like blinded him temporarily and kicked his ass that way. And he's like, you cheated. How dare you? How dare you use dirt? And Loken was like, we're on the battlefield, bro. If I'm actually having combat with you, I'm going to use whatever I'm going to, like, get over it. And so, and Lucius never did. And now, because he has fallen to Slaanesh, and Slaanesh is like, oh, I love how prideful you are, my sweet, sweet summer child. He's like, so when you die, if somebody has pride, you get to be reborn. And everybody has pride. Everybody suffers a little bit of satisfaction.
Pride in his death.
Yes, anybody who suffers any sort of pride, satisfaction, optimism that he is gone and dead, pop, Lucius destroys that person and basically turns into them. Or Lucius, I guess, like becomes, like spawns out of, I don't really know actually, I've never seen it visually like represented. And I don't actually even know if I've read a description of what happens when somebody has pride over having killed him or him having been just died, and then they spawn into him. I'm assuming it's grotesque, horrifying, very uncomfortable, and makes you very sweaty. Exactly. That's kind of why I was going with the red as our base tone too. Okay, these are looking dry enough. Let's go ahead and get some washes over top. So I think for the last one I put on, I just want to do a Reikland's Flesh Shade wash. For the really, or the very pale one, I haven't decided yet. Maybe that's the one we'll get Seraphim Sepia. And I know when I want to put on the peachier flesh tone, like the darkest flesh tone. Caldor Drago would bitch slap Lucius back to his mommy? Possibly. Oh my god, he should have said that he used pocket lint to blind Lucius. Could you imagine the further insult? Lucius would have had a freaking conniption. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to disappear for a little bit while I record. You guys know the deal. But in case there's somebody new that comes in, that's why I'm going away. Yes, I actually think that is true, Ivan. I think he like stepped on a landmine and the human worker was like, sick. and then he turned in from the human worker. Or something like that. There we go. Okay, so I like what that's done. Now we're going to come in with the... I almost toppled my Reikland's Flesh Shade, or my Seraphim Sepia, but I didn't. Haha. All right, Reikland's Flesh Shade is up next. I'm just going to keep recording in the same thing because it's all the washes of the flesh. There we go. Let's go ahead and get this over here as well. Perfect. And last but not least, Dark Oath Flesh. I'll consider it. I don't. His eyes are kind of supposed to be very pale, but I'll see if that feels like it fits at the end. Can't make a guarantee though. Okay, we need to let that dry and see if anything needs a second layer, but honestly, it's looking pretty good. Let me come back. Happy with how he's going? No, they're working super well. I have gotten very comfortable creating flesh tones with very watered down opaques over top some sort of contrast color base, generally. Although I do like the red that I used, which is a wash in this case. And then putting over top those, you know, somewhat translucent opaques that I put down, you know, I thin them a lot so that that color beneath can sort of shine through ever so slightly. And then doing another wash, which really just, I don't know, it adds a richness to it. And it just makes it feel like, honestly, these are very natural looking flesh tones. I'm very happy with how they turned out. Probably some of the better flesh tones that I've painted in a while, to be honest. Oh, the tongue is going to be very vibrant. I'm going to go with a very vibrant pink. The whip will also be very pinky. But I think I might do a wet blend of, I haven't decided if I want to do purple at the end of the whip, like wet blend it from pink into the purple. I might do that with using the Magos purple. and then doing maybe like a quick dry brush highlight of like a very light pink or a very light purpley pink. I use water. I know like sometimes I will use a medium, but generally when I'm working on just like day-to-day stuff, I usually just use water. Normally when I'm using medium, I'm putting it into the contrast paint specifically because I have found that, oops, I accidentally left this paint open. It has thickened more than I want, and so I add medium back in to make it more fluid, because generally the first thing that disappears from the paint is not the pigment that sticks around, that's what gives you the color, it's all the medium that is drying first, and so by adding more into it you can like thin your pigment back out. Sorry, I have like a weird like mark on my glasses and it's bothering me. Oh, don't worry. Never feel stupid for asking a question. It's absolutely fine to be able to ask questions. Yep, it does give the model a whirlwind effect, totally. Oh, I do want to, where's my rattling grime? I realized that the tips of the spikes didn't really get a super good coating of this on there, and or I may have messed it up when I was doing some touch-ups on the face, so I just want to take care of those. This spike literally is not wanting to take this paint. Damn it, hit this spike. Yeah, the tip of that spike literally does not want to take this paint. Okay, I need to find an opaque that I can mimic it with. I hate when I have to do that. Maybe Scavendinge will work. I think it's gonna be too light. Maybe I can mix Scavendinge with my actual color owl and or Storm Vermin. Do I want that or Scavendinge? Scavendinge might, well, I'm gonna do Storm Vermin and mix it. Oh, I did not shake that at all. All right, and then get some of this on my palette. More than I probably need, but excess is okay in this case. Okay. Now I demand that you take this color. Yes. Yes. Perfect. I knew I could do it. I like that the faces are there, but they're still kind of subtle. It works so well. Okay. I think we're gonna do we need to inspect our washes. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of an extra wash on the Reikland Flesh Shade ones. But I think it's pretty good. No, actually doing a second one makes it too close to the other one. Maybe I need to do a little bit more Dark Oath flesh then. Yeah, that's what I needed. That looks great. I think I'm going to do a smidge more Seraphim Sepia on the very, very pale one, because I want it to be a little bit more heavy in the recesses. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to hold him like this so the color pulls the direction that I want it to. Okay, that'll be good. Sweet. All right, we'll just let that dry. What factions do I want to be reintroduced next with models in the Codex? You have a couple: Dark Mechanicus, Exodites. Who doesn't want elf on dinosaur? I mean, who doesn't want elves on dinosaur back? I mean, it would be lovely to see them bring the Exodites back, but like, I don't know. Like, I am hesitant to actually desire to have them bring in even more factions, because I genuinely believe that one of the reasons that there is so much bloat that ends up happening through each edition, and why things start feeling very similar, why like certain factions just end up dominating the competitive scene more so than any others, is because GW spreads themselves way too thin by having all of the various different factions. And it's why I think you see people gravitate towards Old World or Horus Heresy even, because, I mean, like, okay, let's talk the difference between 40k and Horus Heresy, right? Horus Heresy, there are 18 chapters, and then the Guard and Mechanicus that you can play, right? That's it, as far as I know right now. Like, you have Mechanicus, I guess the Titans, but because everything is the Imperium, it works really well, because there's a limit to how many different factions are actually playable in the system. Whereas as soon as you jump into 40k, you've added, and I'm not saying this is necessarily like, I like having the Xeno races as a faction you can go up against / play as, and it's not just all Space Marines. There is a joy to Horus Heresy and the conflict between brothers that I very much enjoy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten into this game in the first place, like, if I'm honest. But it's very human focused, right? Horus Heresy is very human focused and doesn't really focus on like science fiction in like the alien and exploration in quite that way, right? In regards to the game system. Obviously the novels are a different story, but like the game system's like that. Now, when it comes to 40k, they're like, all right, here's all of those Imperial factions still, but on top of that, and Chaos factions, But on top of that, here are 4 other pure chaos factions that you can play as, being the demons. Here are multiple elven races that you can play as. Here is Necrons, which have a variety of different playstyles. Tyranids, which have a variety of different playstyles because there's a whole heck ton of different hive fleets. You've got the Votann, which still fall into like Imperium, but are still kind of alien. You have the Orcs, of course, which look at all the different Orcs there are. Tons of them. Tons of different clans. And I just think that when you start adding even more nuanced, unique factions, and this is where the problem with the scale really is starting to happen, is because there are so many of these and you already had so many Space Marines, and now you're adding in all of these different Eldar, all of these different Drukhari, all of these different Orcs, all of these different Necrons, all of these different Tyranids, etc. You're giving people so many options, and you got to make all of them feel slightly unique, because otherwise, what's the point, right? What's the point of classifying and creating all of these cool hive fleets or all of these cool different Necron-like dynasties if they're not going to play slightly differently from each other? But you also don't want them to play too similarly to anything that you've done in the Imperium, because you don't want it to just feel like you have made an alien version of the Space Marines. So you have to and I think that's why we see everything modernly really fall into like, there's no big swings anymore. There's no like fun, unique, silly rules that get to be put in there, because like none of that can happen and be distributed evenly across all of the various factions and units in the game. And I honestly think that's a problem GW's like, been running into. Exactly. I do think that in when it comes to tabletop war games especially, but this also can apply to certain board games and everything, there is a fine line of going too complex and being not complex enough to not be engaging enough. And I think Games Workshop personally has hit a point where they have gotten overly complex. And by trying to make everything super unique and individual and continuing to add more unique and cool individual things, like, don't get me wrong, as a hobbyist and as somebody who likes to paint and collect miniatures, keep it coming, is what I say to Games Workshop. However, as somebody who likes to play the game and misses when it was a little bit more, I don't know. I miss 8th edition. I just miss 8th edition. See, and that, 9 feels like a good number to maybe stop at. Be like, cool, we've got 9, that's good. And I think, and I know that, technically, if you just, boil it down to Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, Eldar, Dark Eldar, Orcs, Tau. God, we haven't even talked about the Tau. Nids, Necrons. Yeah, there's 12 or 13 or whatever, core factions. But because they get so complexly diverse within those and they don't want that overlap, it is just, I don't know, I feel like it's a problem. I wish they would do something like that. I don't know what the reason for them not doing something like that is, if I'm honest, because I also think it would be incredibly beneficial to have, it's, okay, Combat Patrol is kind of them doing that. Combat Patrol is them kind of doing that, because Combat Patrol is, the problem with I guess, that versus, I guess, what you're describing, Star Fury, is in Combat Patrol, they specify which units you get to bring, and there is no real flexibility there, other than getting a different Combat Patrol within the same faction. But again, they still always dictate to you, hey, in this Combat Patrol, this is what you run. These are your rules. Now, I like that because it simplifies things and it makes my game start quicker. That's great. I don't have to really think about my army composition. They've already done it for me. I know it's going to be balanced. And I think they actually spent time balancing the combat patrols for the most part. There are some factions, like certain AdMech like boxes I remember, that did not get balanced super well. But like for their main factions, especially if it was the new one, you felt powerful when you were playing with it. I know I felt that way with my Tyranid one at least. The problem is that I don't know how they expand beyond that and actually like not feel like they're really segregating their players, because I feel like that's something they're afraid to do, and I don't disagree that they should. I think that they should be afraid to do that, is what I'm trying to say. I think that Games Workshop is correct in feeling afraid of isolating like certain players from certain scenes, but at the same time, like competitive's already isolated anyways. So I don't know. Oh, Games Workshop's notorious for that. Like war games in general are notorious for that because they are living game systems. They're constantly being updated. It's just the nature of the beast. But I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, I have discussed things for far too long. I think I'm happy with how that's looking. My washes are not fully dry yet. But I do think I can go ahead and do some of my leathers. And I actually do think I'm just going to go with snakebite leather for this. I want them to really be distinctly different and not look like human flesh. Even though I do think he probably absolutely would make his normal belt out of human flesh too. But I kind of want it to be just a normal leather strap. So I'm going to use snakebite leather for that. Oh, I know, completely. And that's the other thing is like they also then made Kill Team, right? Which is also supposed to be like 40k, but light. And again, I don't know if that worked the way that they wanted to or wanted it to. And I still don't know if it actually impacted the core game of 40k like in a positive way. I don't know. It's one of the reasons I specifically have not been playing as much Warhammer as I normally would, is because I just really do not enjoy the state of where their games are like at. And it's very obnoxious. All right, I'm gonna hide myself for a second so I can capture painting his belt. I think maybe this is the best way. Yeah, I'll do that. I don't really need this for very long, so it should be okay. Bless you. Oh, I hear a Kita. Kita Bobita. Kita Bobita. Where are you? Would those little straps be brown too? I don't actually know. They make them brown.
Congratulations, Queen.
Thank you. You're the best. What do you think?
Oh, I like him. I love that.
The fleshy skirt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it turned out pretty good. I'm very happy. Yay. Go there. All right, his flesh cape does have like one pool of paint that I need to let dry, so I'm gonna do that. Oh, thank you. Ooh, is there plans for a Death Watch kill team soon? That'll be fun.
Heard rumors.
I haven't tried the more recent kill team. When it first launched, I gave it a shot and like I thought it was okay, but I wasn't super like my problem is when I'm playing war games, I really do enjoy having the large, big army spread across the field. Like skirmish games are fine. They're just not my preferred. Like, I like having skirmish game moments within board games is actually what I prefer. Like, I like, if I'm gonna do a skirmish mode style anything, I want it to be as part of a narrative campaign in a board game where, like, I've done something and bam, big old monster comes up and we gotta have a skirmish against them. Like, that's how I prefer to, like, do that style of mechanic. Although, I have not tried the most recent edition of Kill Team, and I've heard good things about it, so it might be worth trying. Oh my God. Have you seen the new trailer for Frankenstein from Guillermo del Toro?
Yeah.
I love that man's work. And I don't just mean his badass work that he did on Hellboy or Pan's Labyrinth or any of that stuff. I'm talking like his like Spanish speaking OG films. The Orphanage. Love it. The fact that, and I have not, I'm putting this out there right now, I have not read the original Frankenstein novel from Shelley, Mary Shelley. Yes. But I've watched tons of essays on it, and I'm familiar with the story. I love that they're actually doing he went to the Arctic. It's so cool. I can't wait. I can't wait. I love the visuals. Del Toro's like, level of horror I love. You just started your army of Tyranids. You're thinking of giving them green, blue, black color scheme. Black armor, green flesh, blue weapons. That sounds awesome. I like that idea. I did, here, let me go grab one of mine. I'll show you what I did on mine. Hello, Kita. Are you sitting in the sun? Are you being a little sun girl? Aha, did not slam the glass like I was worried I was going to. So this is what I've done on mine. I went with a purple, green, and pink, along with a little bit of yellow. So like if they have like wings, for example, I do the wings in yellow. Their flesh is green, the armor is purple, and then like anything that's sort of tendrily or is muscly will be in that bright pink. So also their tongues. It's quite fun. Yeah, she's sitting on the stairs, sitting in the sun.
It's good like.
Oh, is she hiding? Right, because you vacuumed. She really does not like the vacuum cleaner. Poor girl. What do I work on next? I guess the tongues. Oh, I do need to do a little bit of this brown on his corset. His little corset. Where the hell is my color? Where? Brain. Is this it? Nope, that's Rattling Grime. That's Dark Oath Flesh. That's Seraphim Sepia. Snakebite Leather. Found it. Haha. Tyranids are easy to get down. All you gotta know is big, scary bug will eat you. Hive mind. Probably going to destroy everything. There we go. Okay, those are tinted with a little bit of brown. Makes him look kind of gross, which I think is appropriate for our boy. He is nasty. Not quite as nasty as some of our Nurgle friends, but close enough. Close enough. Doesn't it? It looks so good. I know it does. I know it does. It's gonna be, oh my God, I can't wait. I really want to go to Universal Studios because they just announced a Fallout and other horror-themed, like, haunted house thing happening during Halloween. And oh my God, does that not sound so cool? Because if you're not familiar, if you do not keep up with theme park news, Universal just launched and is in the process of still building a bunch of new areas that are themed to various things, and some of them are monsters, like the whole Universal monster thing. And it, like, the area looks cool. I don't know if that area is done yet, but the fact that they're like advertising this horror event during Halloween makes me think that it's probably, if it's not already, it probably is very close, and whatever they're doing is maybe set there. But it looks so cool, and I can't wait. Can't wait to see people's reviews of it. But I'm really hyped for like what Universal's doing with their parks right now. Orcs are also fairly easy to pick up because it's like they're hooligans. They like to fight. They like to crump. And they use teeth as currency. Okay, I think I'm gonna make that Magos purple, so I'm gonna do that now. I don't think it needs to be captured. Specifically. Or should I make it? No, I'm gonna make it pink like his tongue. Yes. 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 All right, speaking of, is this Vulpus pink? Do I want Vulpus pink? Yes. Oh my God, you would love America during Halloween, especially at like a theme park that was doing something Halloween themed, because oh my gosh, they can be very fun. You know, I don't actually know. Does Australia celebrate like Halloween really like hardcore or anything like that? I know like
They have it, but it's not that hardcore.
yeah, I didn't think it was. Like I thought like Halloween is very much a American thing, right? Like not even the UK really does too much with like trick-or-treating or like
Correct.
like okay, that's what I thought. Lame. The countries need to get with it. We have the one cool holiday we have. Okay, I think it's time to paint. Duel. No, it's time to paint tongues. I'm gonna use the small brush for this because it's his actual tongue and it's tiny. Thank you for subscribing, Chris Mullins. Or Mullen? Sorry, I added an S to the end of your name. But thank you for subscribing. Peter, what you doing? I'm running away from you. Fine. Oh, this is a total change of subject, but since we're talking about cool things that are coming out, have you seen the new One Piece officially announced Lego? Because it looks so fucking sick. Like, I want it so bad. Ah! Especially the Baratier. I mean, I want all of them. But that Baratier, like, restaurant. Okay, we need to be a little bit more careful. You guys can still see what I'm doing. All right, I need to do some cleanup, so apologies if you don't see things super clearly for a moment. I got some pink in places. I do not want it.
Excuse me?
I got some pink in places. I do not want it.
Oh. I heard puke in places, and I was like, say what?
Say what? No, pink. Pink.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
So that's the quietest puking I think I've ever done. If I'm in the room with you and you didn't hear it. There we go. And just to be on the safe side, make sure we get that side of the tongue. Yep, I knew it. I knew I hadn't gotten that. Beautiful. Okay. The complicated tongue is now done. We can do the easier tongues. Let's work on that. You know what? I'm actually gonna paint the little tongue first, off camera. That's fine. We can do that. Well, off recording, not off camera. You get to see it. It's coming out in August. The first wave of the One Piece Lego, which is based off the Netflix series, which is how we're even getting it in the first place. Because Chaos Cultist actually told me this earlier, because he found this out recently. The whole reason that like we've never seen One Piece or why they won't do One Piece anime specific sets is because Bandai Namco actually like owns the right to that, and the way that like Japanese like rights work with products is they basically control everything, and they never license their product to have toys made by other companies. They never do that. But you know how there's the new animated One Piece that's coming to Netflix? Those I expect we will see sets for, because Netflix has the rights to distributing the toys for that line or for that series. So I do think we'll get there eventually, which is just going to be sick because like I do enjoy the studio that works for Netflix that's been doing like the Devil May Cry animation and like Castlevania and all of those. And did they also do? No, that was Studio Trigger that did the Edge Runners series. But yeah, so like they're very good. You're from the UK and your family was born on Halloween? Your entire family? Like everybody in your family, they're always born on the 31st? Could you imagine?
I was gonna say, now that sounds like the start of a young adult story.
Yeah, that sounds like the start of a young adult story. I completely agree. One that I would read. Hi, Kita. Are you meowing at me? Are you hungry? Yeah? Do I need to go feed you? Can I paint this tongue first? Like the little one, not the big one? Okay, she gave me a murr of yes. We're almost done, sweetie. Okay. That looks good. I definitely might do some highlights on the tongues because I feel like they're a little flat looking. So I might have to come back in with a little bit of a highlight, but I'll be right back. I am going to put you on the be right back screen for just a moment. I'm going to run downstairs and just get Kita some food so she's not sitting here meowing at us through the whole last hour. Yeah, you're so cute. You're so fluffy. You're so fluffy and you like your chin rubbies. All right, will be right back. See you in like 2 minutes. All right, the little princess has been fed. Okay, I think we can do the big tongue, which I am going to wet blend. So I'm just gonna have both my colors open. Oop, what happened to my music? Ah, there we go.
Did YouTube go, are you still there?
Yeah, I think I think the guy, like, I think it was live, and then I think it had ended. Oh yeah, it was just a 3-hour, it was a 3-hour playlist, so I restarted it. There we go. It's true. It's true. The cat does run the house. She is in charge. She is in charge. We are just her servants.
True enough.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and paint this tongue. I'm going to visually disappear for a moment, but I will delight you with the sound of my voice. Wouldn't that just be very Slaneshian, actually? I just start screaming. Like, all right, sorry, I got distracted by Slaneshian themes. Slaneshian ideas corrupted me. As per usual. And if you want to be corrupted by Slaanesh, you can join me this weekend for some delightful corruption.
Money in the bank.
At Money in the Bank, because we're going to be hosting a watch-along party, and it should be quite fun. Good night, Luke. See you later. You're a werewolf? That's awesome. All right, let's get this recorded. Some lovely wet blending. Go pink down through his hand. And then once we pass that, I'm going to switch over to the purple tone. All right, I'm gonna flip him over. Pretty good. Hope that came out all right. It's kind of awkward because it's so like windy. Oop. Let me put me back on the screen while I do some like side work. I have not fully finished the Zaku Police actually. So we started it. We had a little bit of trouble with some of the stickers, just because like they're fiddly, man. They're so small and fiddly, but part of it is done, and I think the torso I think is mostly done.
Torso, both the arms and the head are done.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then so I think it's the legs that are mainly that are left. But yes, I do want to finish that. But I do love Zaku's. They're so cool. And I just thought it was really neat that, like, they made this one. I mean, it makes sense. I do think the police Zaku are going to end up being a pretty big deal in the show, considering the street fights and everything are a big deal. And I imagine they'll bust those. Not too heavy there. Pull some of that color back. We don't want to make that look strange. I mean, to be fair, Lucius is already a strange boy, but we don't need to help him be any stranger. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry before I do my highlight, but he's like, we're getting actually pretty close to being done. I think the main thing that's left is Oh, I completely forgot to do the cape on the back. How did they, where's my, I think they just make it purpley, right? I think it should kind of just end up being like the, oh shit, I just touched something. Probably that I didn't want to. I think we're okay. All right, well, I'll capture this and be like, whoops, I forgot to paint this. I'll do it after, actually. I really want the whip to dry before I fuss with the guy too much. Do not like what's happening there. Get. There we go. Okay, that's better. Ooh, no, I don't like what's happening there either. There we go. Suck that little bit of paint up. Oh, you know, that's another thing. I think when somebody was asking about how to deal with like, or had commented that they said that they felt like they had gotten their Agros Earthshade wash a little too heavy. Never be afraid to go back in, and once you have the wash on there, or like contrast colors or any paint that moves really fluidly, like those types of materials, if you see that it's still very wet and you think it looks like it's too much or it's pooling really heavily and you are worried that it's gonna do something weird, create a weird film, be way too dark, use a clean brush that's slightly damp and suck that material back up. And it should be fine. Welcome to the channel, Argent96006. That looks really cool though. I think I'm very pleased. I do want to do a little bit of a highlight on it. But really subtle. What color do I want to use for that? Ooh, actually, let's look back through the Duncan Rhodes stuff. Because there were some really fun colors in there, and there might be a good purple. I imagine he probably has some decent purples. Decadent purple could be good. Spectral purple could be good. Cyber pink could be good. Those are probably too dark. I have hiccups, but they don't exist. The Emperor's purple, you say? Technical question. Well, let me see if I can give you a technical answer. About the overhead camera. Why did you go with a fixed focus rather than an autofocus system? So it does have autofocus options, but I find that specifically when I'm recording for YouTube videos, because I occasionally drift or like move my hand in a weird way, the autofocus sometimes would do weird things and end up focusing on places where I really didn't want it to. And so I have found that as long as I'm holding myself steady enough, it's better to just have the manual focus on and controlling where that is and just keeping myself steady rather than trying to have it track me, because it'll end up focusing on my hand and not the mini. And so like what will happen is I'll be holding it and like maybe I'm doing this, but it'll focus here because it's the biggest, clearest spot that it can see, and it won't be focusing on the little details. Whereas when I'm doing it manually, I can be like, no, I want it to look here. That's where I'm gonna hold myself and paint. And then even if I get my hand in the way, it's still like, as long as I don't drift him, you know, he's always still in focus, and that is like the point of the video. So that's why I do it that way. And And because I'm using the streams to now do a lot of my recording for my videos, I've just kind of kept it that way. We have tried doing it with the autofocus in the past, but I find that it just ends up focusing on things that I don't want it to be focusing on, and so it ends up being bad.
For just normal streaming, I get autofocus is probably better, but when you're capturing footage, you want it stable.
Absolutely, exactly, absolutely. Also, Tyler, it's lovely to see you. Oh no, work was rough today. You passed out when you got home. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad that you're back now. Hopefully you got some rest. Do I need to put a little bit more flesh, pallid, right? What is it called? Pallid witch flesh? Pallid witch flesh on his hand? I think so. To answer my own question. I just washed all of my pallid witch flesh. Oh my god, I can't say the word. Witch flesh. Witch. 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 Because it started to look a little too close to the whip color. That is way too opaque though. We need that to thin the frack down. There we go. Oh yeah, no problem. Happy to answer any questions like that. I need a bit more paint. Well, hopefully you can have a little bit of a relax now. Give me a sec while I focus on touching up this hand. It was still like it was cool that it was a little purpley, but now that I've painted the whip, it was a little too purpley. So I'm gonna see if I can pop that out. That was way too much water. That was way too much. That still was way too much water. Angela, pay attention. Okay. Need a smidge of my gold. Where is it? Dragon's gold. It's true. It's true. Well, and that's why we've used so much purple on his face and everything. I am trying to get him relatively close to what his intended design is, because he is a named character. But I am messing with some things, don't get me wrong. All right, I'm gonna use my small tipped brush. I don't normally like to use these really fine tips, but he's got such delicate details. I actually am finding a little bit of a benefit with it. Okay. Should I go downstairs real quick to get the oven preheating?
What?
Do you want me to get the oven preheating?
I'll go do it in a second.
Okay. We're gonna have steak tonight. I'm very excited. Okay, I think the whip is dry enough that we can do a light dry brush. Will this be good? I think, yes. Okay, now the question is, what color do I use? Well, I think on the pinks, I'm gonna go with a pink. And we're gonna try this cyber pink. Hello, color? Get out of the container. I don't want to squeeze you too hard. Oh, God, there it goes. They're like all pressured. All of Duncan's paints, every single one of them, I feel like they just like pop. Like they're pressure sealed or something, and then the paint just starts flowing like crazy. All right, where'd my brush go? Here it is. I'm gonna go away. I do think I'm gonna be a little bit lower for this because I'm gonna end up yeah, I think a little further away this time. Oh, but I need to do a really small. How do I need to do like a really tiny, and I guess I could use, I need to clean this a little bit. I don't want any gray to get on his tongue too much. Okay, it's feeling, all right. All right, let's get some pink on this. I'm gonna saturate it because this is gonna be a very translucent color if I have to guess. And I don't know how quickly it'll show up. If at all. All right, I'm gonna do a test. Yes, that is in fact doing something. Okay, cool. I think this is still too big to do. Okay, I need to do the little brush. We're gonna do some glazing.
Angela, you are the best painter in the world. There is not a YouTuber who is better than you. I cannot
Not
believe
that kind of glazing, please.
Oh. Sorry, you didn't tell me.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. You insincere. Isn't glazing generally normally insincere? Okay. Oh, I don't want you to suck my ass. I'd rather suck something else. Oh! All right, let's give his little tongue some highlights. Okay, so that looks better. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna do a little bit more touch up. There we go. Okay. Let's do the super tiny little mouth. Off camera because I don't want to film that one. This little highlight is doing exactly what it wanted though, so it's great. Don't get any of this color on his armor though, Angela, please. Thank you. Do you think I want it to be a little paler? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a little, no, that's gonna have too much yellow in it. A tiny amount of white. Where is, yeah, that'll work. Hello, Stir-Stroming Fish. How are you doing? I am sure you are exceptional at painting. I bet you're great. And by watching other people, you'll always improve. That's what I do. Okay, further a little highlight. On like the tip of his tongue.
But I think the secret to that oven is you just gotta raise it slowly.
Got it.
Because I tried lighting it at the lowest temperature, it lit pretty much immediately.
Uh-huh.
And then I just turned it up.
Ah.
Instead of going like rapidly all the way to the temperature I wanted.
You know what? That makes sense. I did read that like our brand was finicky. Oh, I'm so excited for steak. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
How's how you really feel?
Delicious. Like Luffy after Sanji's made him delicious meat. Oh, I am debating if I need an inspection yet, if I'm satisfied with this. That makes completely sense. Like one of the things that I try to do in my videos is try to make sure that there's a focus on you seeing what I'm doing with my brush, because I completely get that sometimes it's hard to like actually tell what's happening with the fully edited. I'm hoping if you like see what the brush is doing, at least that's how I found it. It works for me a little bit better. I think that looks pretty good. It's also nice when you're watching people live, because then you can actually like ask questions about something that they're doing really directly, being like, hey, what can you explain that you're doing with your brush right now, or that kind of thing. It's nicer, you know. Okay, I haven't done anything with the whip yet, but can you inspect the two tongues? Like his tongue and then the second tongue that's coming out of the guy's mouth. Like I've wet blended the whip, but I haven't done any highlighting on it yet. But do you see how like I kind of made the tips lighter? Hey, what's that thing I'm doing with my brush? Well, currently nothing. So what I'm doing with my brush when I'm working on the mouth and highlighting these tongues.
What are you gonna do on those little spikes going through the skin?
At the end of the whip?
No, on his shoulder. Or are they just like that?
They're just like that. Okay. They're sort of blended into his armor, okay, according to the reference material that I've been looking at.
Understood. And you know you haven't gotten that leg.
Where?
Inside.
Where? Where did I not get it?
Inside of the shin, on the back leg.
Inside of the shin.
Yep.
So the lower leg.
Come over here and I'll show.
Oh, the mouth, the face, you mean?
The faces.
God, sorry. I thought you meant like I hadn't put like the dark paint on there, and I was like,
on the leg.
yes, I did just see that. Yes, okay, perfect. Thank you for catching that. I was like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the stuff on his leg.
Yes. I see that. That like, I got half of one of the faces on that I didn't paint, and then the other one I just completely missed. You're right. Thank you for finding that. But other than that, everything's like looking pretty cool.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I do see what he's talking about. I did completely not get this side of the face or this face entirely. Whoopsie. This is why you ask for a second pair of eyes to inspect your work, if you have them available. And if you don't, you go to the internet and be like, please look at this. Please tell me if I did anything wrong. Drew, you just started doing Warhammer and you wanted to ask what was the first Warhammer army that I started with. I actually started with Space Marines. My first army was Space Marines. It was Crimson Fist specifically, back in 5th edition. And then from there, I moved on to my next like main army that I ran was Death Guard. And then from there, I went to Orcs for a little bit. Tried Tyranids for a little bit. That's what I'm currently playing with when I do play some 10th edition. Like when I run Combat Patrol, I play Tyranids. Although I am interested to see and check out the new Death Guard Combat Patrol and see if I have that already assembled and painted, because I heard that they got quite good. And so I'm excited for that. Oh my gosh, I know. Finding that you miss a spot is always awful. But it's not too bad. Like, the nice thing is generally when that happens, you can usually fix it. At least in what I've found. Now, that's not always the case. There have been instances where I'm like, oh, this is gonna really cause me problems. But generally, I find that it's pretty fixable. Okay, we're gonna go with a little bit of a bigger dry brush now. Get more of this pink paint on here. Go ahead and get a lot of that color off. Not too much though, not too much. And I'm gonna disappear again for a moment because I'm going to record. Don't hit that button, Angela. Oh, that looks really nice. I think we're gonna... A little bit more there. That looks good. Let me find a appropriate purple. I think the spectral purple. I think the decadent purple is gonna be a little too pale. Let me mix it and just see. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, decadent purple is way too light. So we're gonna go with this one. Get some of that pink out of my brush. I don't actually mind if there's some left in it. Get this purple in there. Oh yeah, that's gonna work beautifully. Okay, let's do it. Glad you enjoyed it. All right, let's go. Oops. So here, let me just stop that, come back in. All right. Oh yeah, vortex mixers are great. Super convenient. Especially if you have like a lot of older paints that like get really dried out or something like that. It works really well with that. All right, I'm gonna add a little bit of white in. My purple. And I think that might be a little bit too, well, you know what? No. No, I don't think it is actually. And then I'm going to do a little bit of detail work. I also actually do, okay, hold on. I need to clean this brush. We're going to get a bit more of the pink. Because I think I want that to go down a little further. Oh yeah. Okay, I like that. Now, I'm gonna come in with the purple and I want it to be a little paler. Little paler. Little bit paler. That's true. You can just use like a back massager or like a muscle massager. You can use those as things to be able to mix your paints. Also, I mean, if you have a significant other who happens to have, you know, a delightful vibrator,
Angela.
you can use that to mix your paints too. Just saying. Just saying.
Don't get us TOS.
I don't think it will. I think that's fairly. All right, but let's go ahead and I want to do a little bit more work on this. I'm going to disappear again. Boop. Okay, do that. Start recording. Do you mean that you want me to paint miniatures of strippers, or do you want me to do like to do a strip tease while painting miniatures? Because I have done that before, just not on YouTube. I think I need a bit more. Yeah, that's right. Don't hit them. Don't hit his sword, Angela. I think that's looking pretty good. Welcome to the channel, Moet. Hopefully I said that correctly. I apologize if I didn't, but thank you for subscribing. Okay, we need to do the underside a little bit. Don't necessarily need it to be quite as highlighted as the top because you won't see it as much, but I do want it to blend. Ooh, let's not put too much pressure on the whip, Angela. Like that. Can you do a whip inspection for me?
I've inspected it.
Oh, okay.
It was an off-camera joke.
It was an off-camera joke.
Oh, I like the way the shoulder looks.
Thank you.
Tips aren't done.
You don't think they look done enough?
Has anything been done to these little metal tips at the end?
They're not metal. It's just, if you look at the image, it's just fleshy, cordy, spiky things.
I would do a bit something.
You think they need?
They look like they're the same color as the whip to me.
Got it.
Like, I could not tell that you did anything to those little attachments at the end.
Well, that's because I get what you're saying.
And I think you should. I don't care. Like, honestly, I would make them gold. That's me.
I'm fine with that. Where do you think I should make them gold to?
I think it should be literally like little fingernails.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you little dome thing on the end?
Yeah. So you think so? Basically, so if I can borrow you real quick one more time. So basically, like this section, but not the. Okay. Okay. I'm fine.
It looks like it's a metal bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that. I like that. I like that. I think that'll pop better as well. Also makes them feel a little bit more fancy. Oh, yeah, is it after 5 p.m.? Oh, it is. Okay, let me do this and then, yeah, I'll probably end it because we can start making a dinner.
Yep.
Woohoo! I'm so excited. All right, let me go ahead and I'm going to paint. I do like Chaos Cultist's suggestion of painting those little tips in gold. So let's see if we can manage to do that on camera. There we go. That looks good. I need to do a little bit of extra work on the sides. Around. Do the same. Sorry. Boop. There you go. Oh. Is that? Okay, I think it's decently focused on the tips. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Got a little bit of the gold on the tip, which I actually, yeah, I do really like. Feels appropriate. Okay, I think all that's left is the cables. And then gluing him down and putting tufts on. I'm so excited. All right. Well, chat, I think that is going to be it for me today. My duty at this point, never around, is to go and prepare dinner. I'm very excited. We're having a steak and I'm gonna make some mashed potatoes and I can't wait to shove it all into my belly because I am very hungry and Lucius is looking pretty good. Look at him. He's looking pretty good. Oh, I keep forgetting. Oh, let me paint this real quick. Because I keep forgetting to paint this symbol on his back. And I want to record it to be like, oops, I forgot to paint this. There we go. Okay, with that, I'm gonna come back. Would this be a bad time to say I missed a spot? Well, clearly, yes. Clearly I missed a giant spot, but it's fine. I painted it now. There's actually, yeah, now that I've done that, the only thing that is left is the canisters and some of the cables. Oh, and I forgot to paint those in curses. All right, this I don't have to capture. This is less of a big deal that I didn't capture it, and more of that big one was like, hello. There's this giant space that you could have captured really beautifully. Some paint, and you didn't. So I'm gonna do it now. All right, let's get some snakebite leather and paint these cables that I forgot. Can't believe I forgot your lovely straps, Lucius, that go to your little O-rings. Okay, finish painting that. Cool. Got it on this side too. And I refuse to go until I've finished it because otherwise I'll forget and continue to skip it the next time. That would be what happens. You're gonna make tacos for dinner? Nice. You doing chicken tacos, beef tacos, pork tacos, I guess? I don't know how common that is. Fish tacos? Probably not fish tacos. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll go ahead and start doing my little outro since I'm almost wrapped up with this
And
strap.
remind people of Saturday.
Yes, I was gonna say, so if you guys want to hang out with me some more, am I streaming tomorrow?
That's up to you.
Okay, right now I'm going to say tentatively no, just to make sure that I get the recording that I want to get done, and because I know I'm going to have a sort of active stream this Saturday, which I am extremely excited about, and then also a long stream this Saturday because we're watching a pay-per-view, and those are always...
It's a WWE one, they're shorter.
That's true, which is ridiculous to say at this point. I feel like the fact that AEW's last pay-per-view was 4 hours is insane.
That was their pay-per-view. That was last night's show.
Wait, that was just the show? That wasn't Fyter Fest wasn't considered a pay-per-view?
No, that was last night on TV.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's
man.
way too much wrestling. You're doing beef tacos? Sick. But yeah, so I don't... Tentatively right now, I'm going to say I'm probably not streaming tomorrow. And if I do, it'll be later in the evening rather than at my normal 1 o'clock time. If I do get my recording done early and I feel confident that I can do it well, I might still do a normal stream at 1 o'clock. But if I do stream tomorrow, it'll more than likely be a little bit later in the day. Otherwise, you guys can join me this Saturday starting at, decided 4:30, right? Yeah, so 4:30, we're gonna be having
They say
a
30 minutes before the main show begins.
Yes, 30 minutes before the main show begins, I will be going live over on my free OF page where you can watch Money in the Bank with me. I'm very excited for it. I always really enjoy doing my pro wrestling watch along streams with you guys. There'll be incentives and everything. It should be quite a lot of fun. I hope to see you guys all there. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go cook a steak now and make some mashed potatoes and eat a delicious meal. Goodbye! And thank you for being here with me. I really do appreciate you all hanging out. Thank you for chatting with me. You watched all 4 hours of AEW last night? Power to you, man. I could not do that. That's too much. It's too much. Too much going on. I was also disappointed to hear that they had like 1 women's match or like maybe 2 max. And that was it on a 4-hour bloody show. What the hell? But anyways, we can talk more about that at Money in the Bank. I will see you guys then. I'll see you possibly tomorrow evening for another stream. Maybe we'll finish up Lucius. I'm really happy with how he's coming along. He's looking fan-bloody-tastic. But I'm going to go eat dinner now. Goodbye.